Everything seems to be going well. Huh, data collection. I'm bringing the port. I'm not sure what to bring in, honestly. It's fine.
입증을 알리는 음악 소리가.
I look from beyond the glass window as the sinners battle furiously inside a large indoor arena. Oh, this was not voiced. Interesting. This Intervallo is not voiced. I had no idea how hopeless the sinners were in battle without my command. Dawn falls before the merciless onslaught of enemies. I have so many things I wanted to say to them, most of which were variations of "you're doing it wrong," but I had no choice but to watch as their woefully abysmal decisions continued to bungle the fight. If I tried this researcher next to me will get in my way, claiming that they haven't finished collecting the data. So can I help them now? I had a lot I wanted to say, but let's help the sinners out of this bind first. I've never seen the word bungle before. Oh, fuck! Well, shit. Well, at least one of them is base ID Mersault. Maybe it won't be so bad. Yikes. Very easy staggering, some of them. Man, they're surprisingly weak. She is not winning that. There's no fucking way she's winning that. Well, shit.
가족을 위해
We're just gonna have to tough it out then. Well, it's one coin, so it's not bad.
엎드리도록.
Two more gloom, two more envy. Well, shit.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
That's not good.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
And it's an ego.
가족을 위해
마음 놓고 열어젖히고
따뜻한
날개를 펼치고 시비수에게 발톱을 걸어. 이 앞에 숨쉬었자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
따뜻한 퉁퉁투성이네.
바람 불어오는 대로 진짜 목을 떨궈주마. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
I hate fighting against clones. That went well. Wonder why this wasn't voiced. Uh-huh, thanks. Does he know? Does what know? Who knows? Should I be worried? Until the Intervallo gets a Bangkok. Shit ain't voiced until an Intervallo gets a Bangkok. Okay. Not sure why, but it is. But sure. Sure there was. Not that it would have made any difference. Because like Ishmael said, this all began with Gregor's particularly something stretching.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔. 그게 우리가 이룰 수 있는 유일한 꿈이니까.
Yeah, dying sure is a pain. That's when Hung Lu flippantly threw out an innocent comment amidst the complaining sinners. Israel said Hung Lu's unprompted catapulting of such a heavy subject brought the busy air inside the bus to a sudden, stifling halt. Not sure if I said that right. Of course, there was also someone who could not care less about the bus's air quality. Did she? What she say? Dickish? The fuck does dickish mean? First time I've ever seen the word dick in a Project Moon game. Not sure how this is gonna get a bongkok. The day's here. What could it possibly be that it needs this much buildup? Regular checkup? Regular checkup? I've never personally experienced it myself, but sounds like they're just checking to see how we're doing health-wise. I turned around, getting ready to say, "Right, Ishmael?" Only to come face to face with Ishmael's shocked expression, frozen onto her face. Well, this is unexpected. I thought Ishmael, with her worldly experiences, would leap into this opportunity to lecture us all about how things worked outside Limbus Company. What kind of checkup did she have to go through? Ishmael wasn't the only one responding with a pale-faced, abject horror at the suggestion. He must have gone through his share of rough checkups too as a kid, I guess. Otis confidently marched up to the front of other sinners with an aggressive grin, as though she had been waiting for this moment. A true authority. But I'm standing right here. Okay. That's it's kind of like what they do at ArdCorp. If I remember correctly, they take a person, clone them, and whichever clone is left standing, they are considered the strongest and join the army, or whatever. Silence fell upon us at Hung Lu's something summary. Battle Royale. I'm not sure if Fortnite was out when this came out. It probably was. Guys, this isn't... The sinners seem to be under some serious misunderstanding about what the regular checkup entailed, but Faust had obviously long given up on correcting them. Huh, they've been hired for a year in the timeline? How did you even make the time for research? Weren't you doing everything with us the whole time? Why are you saying goon, Limbus, goon? Apparently we're finally visiting the headquarters of Limbus Company, so that's cool. Apparently Sinister got to fight to the death to become the leader, which is kind of similar to ArtCorp, and how they pick their strong soldiers or whatever, which they clone. They take a person, clone them, and whatever clone is left standing, they join the army or whatever. They both sound equally awful to me. I saw a large and unfamiliar vehicle through the window. Alright then. Only 14 levels. Once we disembarked the bus, we made our way into this unfamiliar vehicle of sorts. Its interior was mostly metallic, filled to the brim with convoluted-looking machines, and on the opposite end of the entrance, a massive door loomed over us. I was contemplating if I should even start this stream because I'm starting it very late, and that's because I was watching Stranger Things. Faust seemed relieved. Is this even still a bus at this point? I literally just finished it, bro. I literally just finished it. Me and my little brother binged watched it. I'm not sure when Volume 2 is releasing, though. I know I really should have rewatched the other seasons because I only watched them once and I fell asleep on some episodes. But like, I really don't want to because the episodes are long. Right. La Mancha Land was much larger on the inside than it looked from the outside. Pressure. Oh, Deviat. Virgilius gave us a firm clarification. Not sure if I said that right. Faust tinkers with the various machines and contraptions within the vehicle, and the giant door from earlier began to tremble, making a loud noise. When the gauge displays around the glowing door filled, the door began to slowly open. When it fully opened, Faust made her way inside like it was just another door. Well, let's follow her inside. There was a bizarre and incomprehensible noise of the machines, coupled with a low drowning noise. Not sure if I said that right. This place is teeming with people dressed in all sorts of odd outfits, walking briskly between their busy schedules. I hear heavy doors opening and closing from here and there, alongside that odd sensation I've been feeling from time to time. Hey, the beat. OCE. Don't know what LCE even means.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠어.
Probably should have asked the guy before you left. I like to say hi, nice to meet you, but I don't suppose he can hear me he can hear what I'm saying. Whoa. What? Their clothing is interesting. Not gonna lie. I feel like their clothing is combined with abnormality shit. So that's why I've been sensing abnormalities in here. Huh. But I'm sensing distortions and still don't know how to save that too. Faust closely observed the ego gear something was wearing, like an exceptionally harsh judge in a fashion contest. Okay. So it's basically, so they're wearing ego stuff or whatever. Alyssa. Emergency situations. The walls of the laboratory suddenly started separating and sliding into place. When it settled, I realized that it had locked the centers away in some kind of hold, isolating them from me, Virgilius and Karen. Was this discussed beforehand, Virgilius? The employee appeared and led Virgilius and Karen away into a nearby office room. Okay, so this is the regular checkup, huh? Let's get this done.
일기당천. 목을 떨구지마. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없.
Dear God, he wiped them out.
시비순에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨지는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
꿰뚫려라.
물 넘고 거꾸로 제쳐라.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
넌 푸름을 튀려도 하라. 말로 받아든 한 놈이 푸름을 저 해충들을 도려내. 물론고 꺾고 제쳐라. 뭐야?
Man, we are just kicking their ass.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
Might as well call us sweepers.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어. 도끼를 본다. 저 해충들을 도려내라. 묘여, 길을 열어라.
따뜻. 좀 수상해.
일기당천.
이제 깨우치시겠네.
We went through various tests, including command ability trials using something. All kinds of general knowledge trivia quizzes. We were finally allowed a quick break after going through all kinds of mysterious, strange personality tests as well. Oh, that's cool. I really do like this music, by the way. Still don't know what LCE means. Assistant? Is that the fucking fairy from Legend of Zelda? Rhodia suddenly raised her hand. Rhodia trailed off, greedily cursing. I'm not sure how to say that. The clothes of caressing, I'm guessing. The clothes of one of the researchers. How the fuck you say that guy's name? Would you personally watch a knee gore video? I've never heard of that. What is it? By the way, do you know what LCE means? I'm not sure if it was explained in the other Intervallo with Evil Bone Clone. Ishmael almost grew. No, Ishmael almost threw me to the ground as she confidently strode up to the front of the line. I don't know what else he means, but it's just Bob Corp 2. I see. Everyone turned around to look at Heathcliff, who was scratching at the bridge of his nose. It seemed that Ishmael was even more shocked than Heathcliff was. By the way, for some reason, Ishmael said the word dick-ish. I'm not sure what that means. He replied, scratching his head. Yi Sang replied with a particularly downcast look. Martin whispered quietly at me in a voice that only I could hear. Okay.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면 홍호는 그제야 알게.
Heathcliff seemed... Oh, that's a cool ass hoodie. I wish I could wear something like that. Heathcliff seemed eager to, as... I'm not sure how to say his name, had suggested express his free spirit to the best of his capabilities. Single file. Why does everyone need glasses? He's actually pretty effective. I see. So they're trying to see how much they've progressed since before they joined the company. I had a feeling this would happen, but the mere mention of the words progression caused a rather loud ruckus among the sitters. Oof. Is that progress though? Is that fly my broken wing? I'm not sure. It's kind of hard to tell. Okay, I guess that this progression of sorts, that is progression of sorts. I wonder if the E stands for ego. True. I guess growth really does come with time, huh? just gonna say Hem. Hem's comment and the subsequent stare seemed a bit targeted. Gregor. Yiseng started carefully attempting to navigate through a conversation that appeared to be turning into a tinderbox. You never do anyway. A perfectly appropriate mythology. Not sure if I said that right. Meaningless raft cannot deploy. Huh.
내 명을 들은
I
시비수.
guess we'll just go for it.
결집이다.
Interesting. Heathcliff had already begun flipping through the papers in his hands. What an unfamiliar sight. Heathcliff, the assistant, pointed toward Hung Lu and Sinclair. I guess they're closest to colleagues. Hung Lu was practically squished against the containment unit with window, holding up the three of us, holding up three of his fingers. He must have heard us talking. I know they're sinners, but you can't talk to them like... Faust, is he usually... What exactly is the takeaway supposed to be here? This is gonna be an interesting battle.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어. 작은 달걀들아, 저 혈압도 바로 우려내라. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 친히 목을 떨궈주마. 혈압도 바로. 날개를 펼치고 넌 어둠을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어. 뭐라는 없으니 더는 못 따라나. 뭐라는 없으니 더는 못 따라나. 날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어. 목을 떨고 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 넌 푸름을 닭은 달려들어라. 저 혈압도 바로 고려내라.
You should be able to end this.
짐승들의 재갈을 부르겠다. 닭은 달려들어라. 저 혈압도 바로 고려내라. 기대라. 목을 떨고 주마. 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 더는 하늘에 오르지 못한다. 혈압도 바로. 짐승들의 재갈을 풀린다. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
I said that went well. Wasn't worried at all.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만
Sloth?
세월이 지나면 홍어는 그제야 알게 되겠지. 이 홍루가 무엇을 바꾸었는지를.
Let's get a better fight with this.
의로움을
의외로
연료는 잔뜩 준비해.
My fire fist isn't ready.
입증을 알리는 음악 소리가 들려.
this.
다시 결투는 끝나. 다시 결투는 끝나.
불타버렸나?
불가 위야 막아내지 못해. 이제 깨우치시길.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
어떻게?
남길 말은 없겠지.
어떻게? 다시 좋은 결투였다. 좋은 결투였다.
이제 깨우치시길.
어떻게? 어떻게? 승부처다.
언제까지 버티나 보자고. 언제까지 버티나 보자고.
틈틈. 불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
승부처다. 집중 중이다. 아딱. 다시 결투는 끝나지 않았다. 좋은 결투였다. 평소와 같은 일과였습니다. 잠깐의 위기, 결과적인 승리. 볼거리가 적어진 점은 익명의 시청자들에게 다소 안타까운 일이겠습니다만
Turn limit. What's the turn limit though?
사냥감인가 몸이 끓어오르는군.
I don't know what the within the tournament. 9
받아볼
turns.
텐가.
How am I gonna do that?
또한 용서할 테니.
받아볼 텐가.
이제 깨우치시게.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수가.
또한 영원히 잠들어.
불가 위야.
Telling them much faster, I feel.
틈새 바로 이용하군요.
받아볼 텐가. 전탄격발.
그쪽도 죄인인가? 영원히 잠들어.
받아볼 텐가.
이제 깨우치시게.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
틈새.
총알값 아까우냐? 그쪽도 죄인인가? 다소 즐겁군.
Dude, that was even worse. I don't know what to do, honestly.
이래서는 범인이었던 지난날과 다를 바가 무엇인지 떠오르는 해가 부끄럽군요.
진짜 있어.
필두 출진. 불가 위험. 막아내지 못해.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데. 이건 예상 못했나 봐. 자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
깨우치시게.
좋은 결정. 좋은 결정.
깔끔하게 물었군.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리. 틈새. 바로.
승부처다. 어떻게 좋은 결투였다. 좋은 결투였다.
We have a lot of turns to figure this shit out.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리. 불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
승부처다.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
That did a fuck ton of damage. Holy shit. Oh boy. Let's go! I did it. That should be the turn that I think I did it. I should be able to get the reward now. I don't know why. Oh, Gregor did so much fucking damage. Yeah, I got it. Nice.
의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
I want to get a better Otis. Let's go for Magic Bullet. Why not? Why not?
잠깐.
준비는 항상 되어 있습니다.
와일드 헌트야.
Why the hell not? He clicked after flipping through a few more pages. A head looked up at him and shouted. Aren't you the one who suggested it? Sorry. I think we can risk a 0.06 chance margin of error, right? Just in case, I'm gonna play like I did last time. Like I did with the last level. Just to be sure I get the rewards.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
Nice.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 좀 멀겠지만.
일발장전. 일발장전.
공 속에서. 왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
완벽한 한 방을 위해.
빈틈투성이네. 빈틈투성이네.
목을 내놓고 있도록. 달릴 시간이다. 목을 내놓고 있도록. 저 발긴다. 이 속에서
일발 장전.
둘 수 없다면
완벽한 한 발을 위해
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
저 나서도록
Defeat
할까?
the enemies before they self-detonate. The fact that it says 0 of 1 is, I'm guessing, is good.
완벽한 한 발을 위해 적발.
목을 내놓고 있도록. 직접 밝혀주마.
How are they? I'm not. I don't understand how they're evading so much. And I got stabbed. I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
이번 죽은도 글러먹었네. 그래, 처음부터 싹이 별로긴 했지. 다음 죽은에게 잘하면 돼. 그러다 보면 언젠간. 이런 임무는 뱀 중에서도 내가 제일이지.
Guess we're doing Mount Otis.
속에서
직접 밝혀주마.
어머, 놀랐어? 어머, 놀랐어? 목을 콱 물어버리자고.
꿈 속에서
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만. 목을 콱 물어버리자고.
꿈 속에서 목을 내놓고 있도록.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
태연에게 이제 끝내지.
비명을 질러.
좀 추성네.
This one is a real kicker. Like, I have no idea how this one works.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
직접 밝혀주마.
목을 콱 눌러버리자고.
그림자
Whoa.
속으로 가라앉게.
Okay, that was cool. Now let's see if I actually did it.
저번에 약속한 거 안 잊었지,
I
죽은?
did it. Let's go.
그 외에 임무를 성공적으로 100번만 수행하면 죽은? 설마 소유권을 벌써 다 쓴 거야?
Probably should have swapped back to fire.
말도 안 돼. 이건 약속이랑 다르잖아.
Oh wow. Cold harpoon. Like fire fist. Do not take 10 plus hits during the encounter for each identity. Well, shit. Well, shit, AoE.
주인놈 뜻에 지정 보호 구역에 소요 사태
헌팅 커틀러리.
Oof, this is gonna be a tough one. I think A. It's gonna be a tough one, man. I don't think she'll have too much trouble impaling Hell. Hem droned on, as if bickering sinners didn't exist in his world. Moving on, just like that, huh? This one should be fine, hopefully. I just don't know if enemies have counters, or if Because if they have counters, I might struggle. I just gotta get through the entire thing without taking damage. Basically. Which also means I have to make sure they win their clashes.
전투 응대에 나선다.
Nice.
영원한 참.
Oh my god, the damage. Oh, that's nice.
최선의 방어를.
I'm not sure that counts or how many hits. How many hits that counted. Hopefully there's a counter. Okay, I took one. Not terrible. They're all going after Ishmael.
전투 응대에 나선다. 문제를 준비하라.
Okay.
대검의 머리가 시바이에 의뢰했다면
So her blue skills is the AoE. I gotta remember that.
대검의 머리가
That's gonna
쪼개지지
come in
않았을
handy.
텐데.
Doesn't matter. Okay. Saving her blue skills.
제압할게요. 꿈을 꾸러가기. 대검의 머리가 쪼개지진 않았을 텐데. 위험인물 발견. 제압할게요.
I'm so fucking smart, bro. Her blue skill is so powerful, bro. Jesus Christ.
전투 응대에 나선다. 문감을 준비하고.
대검의 머리가 쪼개지진 않았을 텐데.
That was easy. That was actually easy now that I know about her skill. Her blue skill was so good, bro.
전투 응대는 성공적이었다.
Edgar Family
하지
Ryoshu
않은 움직임이었어.
absolutely broke
이제
him.
다른 쪽 집안일로 돌아가지.
Each unit defeats the something has taken their space. Has what? Each unit defeats the something that has their shape once. I don't know what the fuck that means. Gotta refill. We can try with this. Try with these guys.
이상이요.
라만 차량들을 뒤엎는다.
They're both level 50, I think. I'm pretty sure. No fucking clue what this EX thing means. So far, this is my favorite Intervallo because of the EX clears are actually challenges, and it's not just the same clear thing. It clear the stage in a certain amount of turns, and I love that. Oh, now that's worrying. Each unit defeats the proclaim that has taken their shape once. Oh, okay. Now I understand. Okay, so you had to. Okay. That is a little worrying. But we won either way.
따뜻한 피. 엎드리도록.
Okay, they're both staggered, which is nice. This is actually pretty straightforward.
꿰뚫려라. 따뜻한 소리.
Okay, now I did it. I can actually keep doing it. Hold on. This is tough. It's tough. But I guess, I mean, Yi Sang is a tank, so shouldn't be that bad. I say as he loses almost all of, he gets almost staggered, I have to say. Bro. There we go.
일기당천. 하나 넘고 물 넘고 꺾고 제철.
Oh boy.
서둘러.
But you're dead, so I don't really have to worry about you right now. Okay, Skyward. Nice. Nice. I was hoping for that.
따뜻.
Now I don't have to worry about the rest.
바람 불어오는데요. 짓밟아라.
Too easy. Too easy, man.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는
Just
아시가
too
뛰던
fucking
꿈이 한
easy.
걸음이 더 가까워진 것이요. 그러니
The pierce of
언젠가
curiosity
지휘할 날
on the price.
꼭 내게도 은자를
Two
풀어주시오.
within 10 turns.
내 그것만을 바라고 온몸에 피를 묻혀가며 쉼없이 달리고 있으니
의로움을 세우기 위해
주군께서 모이를 뿌리셨으니 을군주가 나섰나.
지정 보호 구역의 소요 사태 확인.
언제나 준비되어 있다.
Support.
연료는 잔뜩 준비해뒀지.
뱃대에서 내려 전장으로.
The foundation that led to this disaster was laid by none other than Yi Sang, whose only sin was making an innocent tragedy casual comment. I'm not sure if I said that right. Sometime after we ran our final tests. And Faust's reply was what set fire upon that rather combustible foundation. Sure did. Hopefully, this fight is like the Kanto 7 Sancho fight, where base ego Mersault would be useful. Are you sure this is a good idea, Faust? Not a good idea, got it. Dawn begins to untie her shoes, seething. The sinners and I were all quite nervous, but none of us stepped forward to stop this experiment. Why didn't we stop this? Was it because we thought we knew removing her running shoes doesn't necessarily mean that she'll be losing control because we saw its effects on the warp train and at La Mancha Land? Or was it because we assumed that her shoes was now a disguise, and now that Dawn has accepted her past as Sancho, removing it wouldn't affect her psyche at all. Whichever was the case, it was a mistake to ignore that nagging feeling. These researchers don't know what facing Don Sancho, the second Kindred, is like. We do. The teeming shouting voices suddenly began to echo in my head. They're the voices of all the children he had embraced. Or perhaps this was the blood fiend's instinct given voice, imprinted upon them at the moment of their birth. Something this disease. Embrace this unending hunger for blood and something the family. So many voices, so many yearning, so much yearning, so much desire. Every single kindred that has ever existed in the past kneels before dawn. Uh-oh. I must drink blood. I have to drink all the blood. All the blood that the family deserved to drink. I must. I have to. I gotta get a hold of myself. Thirst. My body can't even feel thirsty. This doesn't make any sense. I'm okay. I'm okay now. If we want to bring Dawn back, we're going to need to quench our thirst somehow. We need something to sedate the combined thirst, the desire of every single kindred. Now, I don't know how I'm gonna do this. Time to pay the price of curiosity instead of the compass being curiosity. I don't know if this is gonna work.
톱을 걸어. 숨지는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
That was a lot of damage.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어. 말로 받아든다. 저 해초들을 도려내. 물넘고 꺾고 제쳐라. 오여 길을 열어라.
이 전투는 승리할 거야. 치러! 치러! 야!
일기당천.
바로 해주시죠.
치러!
네.
야!
적질났나.
치러!
모험하군.
치러! 야! 야!
내 걸음이 빨라.
야!
일찍 도착했어. 목을 내놓고 있도록.
치러! 이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
최선의 방어를.
돈이 날 때까지 천장이 나. 적을 물어뜯고 너의 쓸모를 보여라.
완벽한 거리.
목을 떨고 주마. 왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게. 한눈 팔지 마세요. 메마른 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
I don't know how I'm gonna put. I don't know how I'm supposed to be doing this for fucking 10 turns.
위험인물 발견. 기록할게요.
뭘 위해
찾아들 때까지 한 번 나를 지켜라. Nice. I hadn't had that much first-hand experience with watching Virgilius fight, but this was certainly the most exhausted I've seen him ever after a fight. I decided to say nothing and turned the clock. After some time passed. Don, what happened? Did you lose consciousness? Or did something affect your memory? Voices, right? Sinclair trailed off. Every single blood fiend left inside La Mancha land was killed when the absent park collapsed. Amusement park. I don't know how I said that wrong. In other words, most of Don's lower kindreds were dead. She shook down at her pair of shoes. She looked down. I don't know how I'm reading these so wrong.
She looked down at her pair of shoes, their strings again neatly tied. Ham approached us after spending a while scribbling something in his notes. Dawn took a deep breath, then turned to face the sinners. By then, her eyes had regained their usual softer look, but sorrow was seeping through the tone of her voice. Despite her theoretical manner of speech, returning her tone reminded me of our time at La Mancha Land. I think she let out a brief, quiet laughter. What do you mean? I don't think so. It's no coincidence that at this very moment I noticed Faust looking in my direction. I don't know if I made the right choice here, but Faust nodded lightly, as though to say that I did. I stopped hesitating, and the tick-tocking noise came to a stop. However, I cannot help but admit that I felt some degree of anxiety as I watched Dawn walk away through as though nothing had happened.
또 한 줄 길을
Yeah, got the
남겼고
reward.
핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면 홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지. 이 홍로가 무엇을 바꾸었는지를.
Hem placed the sinners in a single file before him and began. Hey, well, that's... There was something interest among the sinners to see which one of them would be the apex to scale this to the scale where they to be measured by their strength prior to their employment. Hey, maybe before I lost my memories, even I... There was a long silence. Then the sinners all simultaneously turned to look at the person standing in the frontmost position of the line. This has to be the longest, most awkward, most loaded silence I've ever felt in my life. No one seemed to have any objections or doubts about who the strongest sinner was, given the earlier event. Otis mumbled through her gritted teeth. Ishmael replied in a voice that had clearly lost all interest in this discussion. They really hate that, huh? New classification codes. After some time passed, Heathcliff grinned proudly and wiped the side of his nose. Hem slowly turns around to look at me, prompting Faust and the other sinners to follow suit. At the final checkup. I don't think I'm gonna leave it like that.
내 명을
I'd
드는
say you need the
시비서
XP.
결집이다.
So I'm just gonna leave it as is. What hypothesis is he talking about? I'd say he was being too hard on himself, but that felt like too simple of an expression to describe his tone. Oh, that looks hideous. Don't worry, we'll bring him back no matter what. Is this a note? Did he write us tips on how to do this or something? I don't think he'll hear anything but ticking noises from me. Can you read this, Mersal? Mersal nodded and began to read the words from the note along. Or something. Out loud. The moment Mersal uttered them, the all too familiar portal began to appear around Hem's distortion, although they were a key to they were a key to the door, to a door. Scattering shards of familiar yet alien sights appeared, something beyond, intermediately beyond the shimmering veil. Hem had already entered the portal as we stood there, gawking, but we could still hear his voice echoing throughout the laboratory. I needed to expose every little detail of it. I'm not sure if that was Dante speaking or not. Oh well. Just like usual, go through events as much as possible. Okay. Take the flaming gauntlet. Take the combat boots with spiky bits to them. Take the cleaning solution spray. I feel like that will do something with burn. Maybe offense level up? I'm not sure what this would be. Oh, rupture. Nice. Oh wait. There we go. Now do here. I have to put him as last because he's such low level. What's going on with them? Good, it appears that I can... Okay. So it's not Dante. Diplomacy... I'm not sure if I said that right. Did not seem to be an option here. The censored people brandish their weapons threateningly and stood in our path. Looks like we're going to have to take them down if we want to make any progress here. It can't be helped. Let's get ready for a fight. Not a good start.
일기당천.
Only Don didn't get to use his skill.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
Man, that rupture just is really putting in the work already.
꿰뚫려라.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 가족을 위해 12세기 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구를 마음 누구로 떨어져 치고 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Take it easy. nice.
틈도 없이 끝났네요.
A little bit of burn, no mind if I do. Okay.
뱃대에서 내려 전장으로. 일기당천. 12수를 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
꿰뚫려라. 꿰뚫리고.
Nice.
말로 받았다. 저 해주들을 도려내. 넘고 물 넘고 거꾸로 제쳐라. 모여 길을 열어라. 물 넘고 거꾸로 제쳐라. 일기당천. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수 없겠구나. 바람 불어오는 대로 푸름을 틔울 키울 수도 없겠구나.
But just finding and offending his distortion in a fight, I don't think that'll bring him back. I just know it. Midwinter Nightmare. Oh, more rupture. Don't mind if I do.
정리 시간이다.
Yeah, we're gonna destroy this dungeon, bro.
불가 위
12수에게 명한다.
막아내지 못하리.
이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 보내지 마.
이제 깨우치시길.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고
엎드리도록. 불가 위압 막아내지 못하리. 유명하군요. 이제 깨우치시길.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
말로 한 놈이 푸름을 저 해주들을 도려내 물 넘고 거꾸로 제쳐라.
정리 시간이다. 가족을 위해
목을 떨궈주마.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
가족을 위해
12수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
어머? 놀라서 퉁투성이네.
혈압 똑바로. 일기당천. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Okay.
봤어? 이런 건 다른 뱀들보다 내가 더 잘한다고.
Oh. Oh.
그때에서 내려 전장으로.
We arrived at the entrance of Helm's laboratory. That's when Heathcliff suddenly strode forward.
물 넘고 꺾고 제철.
꿰뚫려라.
시비스에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
이 수많은 소원들 중 그대가 이루고 싶은 소원은 무엇인가?
더는 하늘에 오르지 못한다. 끝이다.
목을 콱 물어버리자고. 이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
일기당천.
Damn.
말로 받았다. 저 해주들을 도려내. 물 넘고 꺾고 제철. 모여 길을 열어라. 위기당천.
엎드리도록.
What? That was.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
Horse time.
넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라. 혈염도 바로 무아타라.
엎드리도록.
겹겹의 춤은 너의 쓸모를 물어보이겠어. 목을 내놓고 있도록.
Oh, he actually fits in there?
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
꿰뚫려라.
Too easy. I can sense the dungeon of the fathom slowly begin to close. Sometime later. Helm's researchers waved at us. The last thing we saw before the portal activated were the LCE researchers pushing up their glasses in our general direction. Though I'd only taken a step or two, the entire world around us seemed to transform, landing us back inside the transportation instrument. Now that I think about it, we didn't even get to learn why Rigger's bones made those cracking noises. All we learned from this experience is that the sinners have all become mediocre, but each held certain something within themselves. each of us mulling over the events of the LCE, we returned to the bus where Karen and Virgilius were waiting for us. Oh, finally.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니
Intervallo
내일은
4.
더 떳떳이
Nocturnal
살아갈 수
sleeping.
있겠군요.
Oh, it's even shorter. It's only 12. Huh. I think I can get it done. I think I can get it done. It's literally shorter than the previous one. No idea. I mean, why would I know? I can't even eat. Rhoda rubbed her tired eyes, muttered something about how we would have partied in her room, and stumbled to the back door. The New Year's came swiftly to the inhabitants of the bus after the various incidents at the LCE. The sinners all came from different backgrounds and parts of the city, but annual celebration for the New Year's seemed to be a thread that connected their cultures together. They began floating the idea of a New Year's party, and with their usual overdramatic boat, coupled with the familiar twinkle in her eyes, Dawn declared that there would indeed be a New Year's party, and thus it was decided. Dawn glanced at Sinclair, sheepishly scratching the back of her head. I can't even begin to imagine her in something self, even taking a moment to give a damn about how Sinclair might take it. But I guess with the memory came tact. Virgilius muttered with his usual sardonic edge, one fist under his chin. Dawn's idea of a grand banquet depressingly fizzled into nothingness, but Rhoda brought out the cakes and cookies she had stashed in her room so we could at least hold a small celebration for the New Year's together. After that, we all stayed up together, watched the New Year's first sunrise briefly paint the city in gold, then retired to sleep. When everyone woke up, rubbing their tired eyes, the world outside the bus had completely transformed. There was a behemoth of a structure, bizarre in its presence, and its walls seemingly made of quantum steel plates. The sinners began to voice their surprise, apparently appropriately so, as what came into view was different from any of the nests we'd passed by on our journey thus far. Is that Is that massive structure all one building? As the sinners began to gather one by one at the other side of the bus, stirred awake from their late night's rest, I felt my gaze drawn toward Hung Lu. I looked for signs of concern or distress on his face, worried. It wasn't exactly something unique to Hung Lu, but the stories about his past home life we've heard of throughout the year, whenever he felt like sharing them, were all consistently and terribly depressing. But his lips ever so slightly curled upward into a kindly and relaxed smile, are making the same expression as ever. An expression that hasn't changed at all since our first meeting. Maybe it's just a cultural difference, kind of like how Hung Lu can be so nonchalant about things that should give most people pause, but actually no. I'm not helping anyone or anything by entertaining these thoughts. My job at this moment is to keep a close eye on Hung Lu, more than usual. As if the time comes for me to help him as the manager, I'll give it my all. Besides, if my efforts aren't enough, I know I can trust the sinners to lend me a hand. Hey, let me see too. I collected my thoughts and approached the sinners, who were flattened up against the glass window to get a good view.
책임은 모두 내가 진다.
흑수,
오,
군주가 나선다. 흑수,
의로움을 잠깐.
죽음께
책임은 모두 내가 진다.
의르르고
지정 보호 구역에
맛.
연료는 잔뜩 준비해뒀지.
정리 시간이다.
once we left the bus, it's no surprise that the sinners all had a piece of their minds to speak. As we drove up to the entryway, we unexpectedly came across a mess of badly put together steel plates blocking our path in the middle of the road. Karen quickly spun the bus around, which meant that everyone ended up being thrown about like rag dolls. It's so dark in here. We were greeted by a dark street upon disembarking from the bus, illuminated only by faint strands of light. It was immediately obvious that we found ourselves in the back streets of H Corp. The back streets of this district weren't very different from the other ones we'd visited in the past. People hurrying through the streets as though they were being chased by something. Being chased by something. People scowling and glaring at the ground with some sickness or discomfort. Scenes all too common in every corner of the city. There was one thing about this place that stood out from the other districts, however. They're kinda reminded me of the former G-Corp soldiers back at District 4. The growth of their flesh appeared too organic to be prosthetics. Some of them had odd something something bulging from their skin as well. The crowd Sinclair was pointing at certainly appeared unhurt, as none of them were bleeding or walking with a limp, but many of them appeared dazed, staring blankly at nothing, or scratching something at their mutilated parts. Unexpectedly, we found our answer, not from Faust, not from Mersault, but from Hung Lu. The regulars so the irony isn't lost on me, but I thought resurrecting people was one of the head's taboos. The stranger's voice cut through our discussion like a foreign instrument. We turned around to find a large group of people who were clearly up to no good. I mean, this guy doesn't look too tough. What do you think, Faust? You sure this is okay? I don't think you're going to lose against him, but you know, just in case. Hung Lu stepped forward confidently as the opponent was processing what he just heard. For a moment, Hung Lu stood there in a stance that did not express even a hint of aggravation, before curiously cocking his head to the side. The man who introduced himself as Shan-san leaped toward Hung Lu. Then after about a minute, damn, Hung Lu. Unlike San-san, who was throwing punches and swings with boiling hot passion, Hung Lu was effortlessly gliding between his opponent's strikes like he was out on a picnic. Although this was but a leisure stroll through a garden. Whenever San-san threw a powerful punch, Hung Lu redirected it to the side which with ease, the fist only grazing his clothes. We were memorized by the feathery light movements of his hands and feet that effortlessly glided through the air until, after one blink and you'll miss it moment, we realized that San was already face down on the ground, defeated. With the bitter cry of the defeated, his gang rushed towards us. Interesting
먹을
music.
콱 물어버리자.
이 앞에 숨지니까 누구 하나 보내지 마라. 말로 받았다. 저 해주들을 도려내. 물론고 꺾고 제쳐라.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 멀겠지만.
오야. 길을 열어라. 놈이 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라. 목을 떨고 주마. 목을 떨고 주마. 뭐라는 없어. 너는 못 따라나. 날개를 펼치고 바람 들어오는데 빨리 봐라.
Too easy. Ishmael's right. They weren't your everyday thugs who picked fights with random people for no good reason. They were contracted by someone to specifically target and eliminate Hung Lu. And given how open they were about their intent, calling it a contract, it doesn't seem like whoever gave the contract was exactly going for subtle or something like that. Then maybe this is what Chun was talking about way back when she mentioned surviving as heirs. Not sure how to say that. Seems like they're assuming that Hung Lu's brought something here in order to participate in that family heritage evaluation. Then there's no reason to assume that we've seen the last of them. They're going to try again to take out the competition. We heard voices coming from behind us, from where Virgilius pointed. A familiar voice, a voice we could not forget. Oh, it's been a while since we last seen you. Thought she was dead though. Or is that the guy? We turned around to follow where the voice was coming from, and recognized the two people we've been hoping to see again.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼구나. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면 홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지.
The sinners each recovered from the initial shock of seeing them again. As soon as their faces began to bloom with relieved smiles. Sadu, we're so glad to see you. See you're okay. Sadu smiled with a familiar grin. She did not seem to have changed much since the last time we met, save for a few minor differences. Her outfit and her badge, for example, or hints of something hanging from her smile, and flickering in her eyes. Just as everyone was reeling in stunned silence, at the least innovative, or at the least informative, least helpful briefing we ever had the displeasure of sitting through, Ishmael was the first to catch herself. She looked up at Sadu. Gregor quickly leaned in to warn Pilot, but he was likely too late. A high, unnoticeable crease had already formed between Sadu's brows. An unfamiliar voice butted into the conversation as though to continue Sadu's explanations. He greeted us with the most polite fashion before bringing his hands together in an old motion. Oh, is this how people greet each other here? Something feels familiar about this. That's true, but he's kind of like, how should I put this? A bit much? Was all that bootlegging she did supposed to be a source of pride for her or something? Otis shook her head with clear distaste and strode toward me. Sadu fell silent, her eyes lingering on Virgilius, who stood somewhat apart from the rest of us. Virgilius seemed to sense her lingering gaze and walked toward us after nodding slightly in her direction. Virgilius turned around and left toward something with an oddly disgruntled expression. Sodu and Pilot gave us a light nod before following Virgilius. Some sinners opened their mouths and to speak, hesitated, then closed them again. We let them go without a word. Perhaps we didn't know what we could say, not make this an awkward farewell. Or maybe we were simply mindful of this guy who was responsible for the quality of our stay. Yeah, some random guy, some average Joe.
내 명을 들은 시비수 결집이다.
And like he said, there weren't any skirmish something. Once we made it deeper into the dark alleyways, the lack of foot traffic would normally be pretty unsettling, but I guess that's what we needed at this moment. Oh. So that guy used to work for the Gia family, huh? Do you know him, Hong Lu? Hong Lu stopped himself as though a thought flashed in his head and glanced quietly in my direction. Then Hong Lu shook his head at me as he casually changed the subject. It was as though he was trying to hide something we know from Tao. Should we be suspicious of something? Faust and Otis approached me as Hong Lu was nodding along and chatting something with our guide. Well, looking back at our journey so far, I think we learned our lesson about blindly trusting every collaborator we come across. With this growing mistrust in mind, I slowly made my distance from the guide before asking Faust the burning question. So what was that about back there with the Julius? Something about him going off to help them out? Well, that's kind of a bummer. He really helped us out of a pickle. Heathcliff punched in the gut by the hilt of Ryoshi's sword, fell forward right onto Mersault's welcoming shoulder. Rhoda? Yep. I nodded enthusiastically, as something seemed to imply that she wasn't really asking me a question. I don't think she was about to punch my lights out, but I'm just not a fan of how they're treating Heathcliff like dirt now. I stopped and looked around, realizing that we were surrounded by a group of people wielding various weapons in their hands. Tao was already standing so far
so far away from the front lines that he was practically hiding behind me. Faust, anything you can tell us about these enemies? Mercel, wake Heathcliff up and set him down. Sharp-looking stranger. Tough-looking stranger.
목을 떨궈주마. 갑자기 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 말로 바랍니다. 저 해충들을 도려내는 놈들 물론고 꺾고 제철. 오히려 넌 숨을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한테 멀겠지만.
엎드리도록.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어 바람 들어오는 대로 정작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이다. 촬영도 바로.
좀 추상네.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
놀랐어?
도끼를 보내라. 저 해충들을 도려내라. 묘여, 길을 열어라. 날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
지시게.
Our collaborator, who'd been hiding far from the battle, quickly ran up to our side as soon as the fight ended. Yeah, buddy. Felony heritage. I'm not sure I'm saying that right. Huh. Didn't Chun say something about hairs back then? Ow. I guess that could be a relief, sort of. Otis shut her eyes for a moment, out of resorts, then turns to look at Ishmael. Otis opened the pamphlet and began instantly glaring at its text, as though she didn't want to miss even the smallest detail of information in there. Suspicion clear on her knitted brows.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
Already reached the first milestone and we're only at 4 levels in. Nice. I gotta get some of the drink. Okay, I'm back. continue
만곡된
this.
직선을 직선으로 질주하겠어.
We were on a desperate run, all the while fighting off hordes upon hordes of enemies. Oh shit. Otis played with the pamphlet in her hands, clearly frustrated, but unable to establish anything concrete. Our guide seems oddly calmer now than he did at the beginning of this journey. Did he really just get numb to all the violence that fast, or I saw Faust's eyebrows slightly twitch, as though she had just heard the most ridiculous thing, but I guess I'll ask her about it later. With that, the guy pulled out a watch to check the time.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
물 넘고 꺾이고 제철.
꿰뚫려라.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 멀겠지만. 목을 콱 물어버리자.
이안으로 열어젖히고 누구 하나 살려보내지 마. 말로 받았다. 저 해주들을 도려내. 물론고 거꾸로 제쳐라. 오여 목을 떨궈주마. 혈압도 바로.
따뜻한 불가 위야 마감의 다리. 어머, 놀랐어? 불가 위야
도끼를 본다.
마감하지 못하리.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
깨우치시게.
묘여 길을 열어라.
틈틈 이제 깨우치시게.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 물 넘고 거꾸로 제쳐라.
엎드리도록.
불가 위야 마감하지 못하리. 이제 깨우치시게. 이제 깨우치시게.
It's just that easy. After running through alleyway after alleyway, after turning corner after corner, we finally came across the site of several small buildings tightly built next to one another. At the center of them was a building lit with red lamps, a board with a door plate with complicated looking letters scribbled all over it. We followed Tao's finger and arrived at a small warehouse of sorts. Its exterior painted in black. That looks familiar then even. Okay. Can we all even fit in there? Doesn't that start at 3:13 in the morning? I feel like we've got plenty of time to get there. Is it just me, or are we all thinking back to Ishmael back at the Great Lake? Oda suddenly took a step forward. In her hand was the H-Corp travel pamphlet that Ishmael was talking about. Me? She's just fully on his side now, isn't she? That's when I realized that she was looking in my direction. The ecstatic something smile
I do not know. What am I supposed to know? Smile had all but completely faded from her face, replaced with an odd but dead, serious expression. When our gaze locked, she nodded. She must be completely turned around by that guy. Is this her way of saying, so long, I'm gonna quit. So long, I'm gonna quit and go work with this guy now. Thanks for everything. I'll let you figure it out later. Okay. Just promise you'll be here when I get to that point. Because if it's a hard fight, I need you to be here. After all that talk, the man seemed oddly relieved to hear our decision as he brought his fists and palm together. When Rodians surrendered, wouldn't that be nice? We made our way into the building. And it's much more something inside than it looks from the outside. Spacious inside than it looks on the outside. Did they use some kind of space expansion technology here too? The man smiled awkwardly and quietly excused himself as the excitement among the sinners began to grow. Meanwhile, Hung Lu stood a fair distance from the guide, quietly washing his face as he left. His expression was enigmatic, as if he were gazing upon the clouds, the flowers, or even the wind. Yet there was no light in those eyes. It was as if they held a storm cloud, a desolate field of wilted flowers, of a howling, destructive gale. Do you suspect something, Hulu? So I decided to ask. Not yet. That's when we caught a familiar voice. So we weren't the only ones troubled by that random construction site. The confident look in Chun's face was immediately replaced by that of alarm. Chun seemed to hesitate for a moment, staring at Dawn after hearing that her memories were intact, before walking right up to her. I don't think there's anything wrong with making friends, though. Chun sighed with a bit of disappointment before heading into the lobby. Well, let's all head inside now. So I and the rest of the sinners followed her into the lodging.
오늘 부끄럽지 않았습니다. 의의를 바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은 더 떳떳이 살아갈 수 있겠군요.
Everyone was busy looking around and commenting on various things in our lodging, but Sinclair appeared to be the most anxious of them all. Sinclair. The kerfuffle sparked by the particularly unsightly piece of indoor furniture calmed somewhat once everyone made it inside the building. Of course, no one was able to discern the real purpose of that table yet. Chen, the last person to walk in after having taken her time to examine the area outside the lobby, stared blankly around the room with an aghast expression. Hopefully I said that right. Then found her room, leaving a scratching remark. Some sinners, including Heathcliff, had already slumped to the floor. Something ferociously, I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, expressing their desire to reset a collective sigh of exhaustion. Well, it is pretty weird, but at least we have a roof over our heads. Huh. I've never made this announcement outside the bus before. So, right. I hereby confirm today's close of business for the sinners. As soon as she finished, the sinners each began to relax in their own ways, some stumbling into their rooms, while others lingered to speculate over the bizarre table at the center of the room. Save for Otis, that is. Got something to say, Otis? Oh. Your new best friend from earlier. Seemed like you guys were getting along pretty well. What signal? Wait, what? Oh, you mean when you nodded slightly in my direction? I seriously thought that suspicious guy totally won you over. Otis's disappointment was palpable, but she stopped herself as though she remembered that there were more important matters at hand. That's also true. Faust joined the conversation after listening to us discuss for some time. Then that also has to be okay, I get it now. I'm sorry about misunderstanding. Honestly, I didn't know who or what to trust. Otis bowed politely and returned to her room. Faust and I chatted a little more about Tao and his plans, but our discussion ended without bearing much fruit. A lot of story going on. Not a single combat encounter for in a hot minute. I realized that Hung Lu was missing as I was spending time chatting with the sinners. I didn't notice him going into his room, so I walked to the exit about to look for Hung Lu outside, and ran into Chun and Wei, who decided to stay in the room close to the door. Oh, just looking for Hung Lu. This Intervallo is so peak though. When it comes to conversing with the sinners, I found that there are two types of people. The first type usually says whatever is on their mind without pausing for or caring to hear my reply. Given that this type of person isn't actually looking to communicate with me, that simplifies things a little on my end. However, it's also oddly insulting, as it seems as though they did not recognize me as a human, but rather as a wall or a clock on a wall. And the other type is the one that reads me so well that they might as well be able to hear what I'm saying. Virgilius falls into the latter category. He recognizes the pitch of my tics and talks, reads my body language, or sometimes even claims to see my expression, like how Don does. And Chun, who saw through me with that short exchange. I do not belong in either category. No, not really. I'm just looking for Hung Lu because I haven't seen him in a while. Oops, almost knocked over my microphone. She's a new one. What the type that tries to figure out what I'm saying without asking for help. Well, Hung Lu's always smiling. So I thought maybe I could simulate his smile to convey that I'm looking for him. What? No, I was just trying to express a smiling face. Oh no, this isn't going to be easy, is it? This conversation was starting to veer a completely untinted territory. Or something like that. After a bit of trial and error, we took some very roundabout ways, but I was eventually able to get her to understand what I was trying to say. Chun was strangely enough disappointed and dispirited by my reply. I was curious, but it would also take ages for me to ask how she's feeling, so I nodded to express my gratitude before heading to the back entrance, and found Hung Lu gazing at the hazy scene out the sunken window. What are you doing here? There were some people stumbling through the streets outside. I stared outside the window at the scene. Hung Lu seemed to sense what I was
thinking and began. Well, yeah, it's your turn, Honglo. Really? But we do know that something's definitely going to happen. Whatever it might be, something that will shake you to your very core. Even if you didn't wish for anything, going through something like that could. A loud something bellow suddenly cut Honglu off even before he could finish his sentence. What are you guys doing back there? Gregor and Heathcliff were most likely hiding behind the entrance door, tumbled into view. What if Honglu was a woman? Foreshadowing. How is that foreshadowing? How long have you been? How long have you two been? Yeah. How long have you two been? What's the secret? Gregor rubbed his arm awkwardly as I stared at him in silence, then pointed at a pillar in something in motion. He doesn't know. With that, two familiar figures stumbled out into view from behind the pillar. So they're all eavesdropping? Yoshu looked at Sinclair with some interest before slicing open the ceiling above the entrance. And with an uncharacteristically wet noise for something cutting through a wall, a black ink-like substance dripped onto the floor, followed by Rhoda and Otis crashing down after it. Everyone back to your rooms now. Wow, Dante crashing out for the first time. The Heisho pack? Huh? Uh-oh. This ain't good. Not good in the slightest. I'm gonna be right here.
정리 시간이다.
He's still not high enough level, so I have to replace him. After that little kerfuffle, just as everyone was scattering to their rooms, Otis suddenly began to something opposed, leaving me all on my own. Suddenly, seriously, don't worry about it. I usually took the night watch on the bus anyway. An oddly familiar sequence of events and words played out, and they eventually left my room, gently closing the door behind them. Finally, some peace and quiet. I sit on the corner of my bed, surrounded by silence, and allow my shoulders to slump for once. I don't need to sleep like the sinners do, but the fatigue doesn't go away on its own. I needed some time to relax and empty my thoughts every once in a while. While I've gotten somewhat used to the pain, it hurts like hell when I rewind the sinner's time.
And the longer this journey got, the more frequent and severe the sinner's injuries became. They did just get stronger, that's for sure, but so did our enemies, which means that my clock is always turning without a moment to rest. So I think to the star. Okay. So I think for the star. Before the great gates which I face with every rival, I witness its something engravings and feel its silent vibrations. What? Even after a whole year, I am still no closer to understanding what they were supposed to represent, but by emptying my thoughts and just taking in the sights, I find myself calming down. Also, the wind is quite cool and crisp tonight. Wait, that's weird. Wind? What's this sudden chill? Something opened the window, but there is no way this gentle breeze could have unlatched and left my window wide open like that. And if it did, I would have made a pretty loud noise. Besides, this chill isn't coming from in front of me. I slowly turn around to look where the window was supposed to be, only to see a melted wall and the interior silking through this newfound opening. Who are you? As though driven by some kind of unknown survival instinct, I rolled off my bed. There was already a blade right at where my neck and head met. It's steel and shearing cold. Just a little nudge and I'd be dead even before I could even make a tick. I remembered how worried Otis was to leave me alone. I thought she was just being paranoid. I should have trusted her judgment. Just as I was getting ready for my final struggle, my final moments fulfilled with regret about not listening to Otis' advice. Ryoshi leaped down from the ceiling and deflected the assailant's dagger away from me. I looked up to the ceiling, torn open, dripping with something paint-like fluid, just as I saw earlier during my conversation with Hanlu. And Otis peeking out from the gap. I suddenly recalled Helm's commentary back at the LCE. I had a vague notion of what he meant, but now I was really feeling it. Just as Ryoshi was struggling to stop that one blade, the intruder pulled out another dagger with their other arm and slashed Ryoshi's neck. The intruder would have cut her throat and had Wei not burst through my door. The intruder reached into his clothes, muttering an odd invocation. Just as the intruder's muttering began to grow intense, Chun leaped into my room and struck the stranger with her fan. I fell limply to the bed with the sudden something of stress and pressure. When the lights came on, we saw there was a black bamboo hat wearing assassin on the ground. The walls that appeared solid before we all went to sleep were now melting away as if they were a something fluid. Sinners burst into my room, slamming the door open again. Everyone's bursting into the room. How come I'm only able to use a handful? Chun and Wei immediately stormed out of the room as soon as they saw the sinners enter, as though they've been waiting in here for my protection. Don and Gregor stood red-faced on edge. Mersault was covered in battle wounds, and Otis wore something expression. No, I should have listened to what you said. Oh, right. Were you attacked by bamboo-headed assailants too? So what he said about how fighting indoors was a taboo. I still don't understand why I can't use all the sinners.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
승부처럼
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
엎드리도록. 엎드리도록. 완벽한 거리가. 꿰뚫려라. 엎드리도록. 맘.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
승부처럼
나의 승리다.
That wasn't so bad.
훌륭한 전시회였어. 하, 이걸 오히려
And
고맙다고
thus we
말해야
reached
하나?
the second milestone. Now I gotta do something real quick. Okay. Considering the next level has the word she in it, I'm guessing we're dealing with the she branch next. Refill time. There we go. Still can.
나의 상대는 어디 있는가?
Never mind. It's just Mouse again.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
엎드리도
승부처다.
엎드리도 꿰뚫려라. 내가 눈에 새겨줄게.
Classic Gregor.
없다.
좋은 결정.
꿰뚫려라.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
뻔하지.
승부처가 좋은 결정. 좋은 결정.
Something tells me that they're not fighting us at full force. At least we rooted them, so hopefully that means something. Where'd Dawn go? Dawn will rush into my room from the hallway outside. Heathcliff. No? Not yet, anyway. Heathcliff reached up to rub the back of his head, then crumbled to the floor mid-sentence. Heathcliff's not breathing anymore. He's dead. How'd he even manage to walk all the way over here with a hole in his head? Gotcha. The clock turns as it always does. Sometime later. I can still see some people inside the lobby, which was always in the bizarre process of melting away. Among them, I noticed Jun clashing against a figure wearing a bamboo hat. And behind the black bamboo hat wearing assassin there stood Tao, our supposed collaborator who led us here, and who was threatening him with a sword. Another unfamiliar voice from the shadows. Who the fuck are you? The voice soon reveals himself from the shadows, walking into the light with a casual, assured gait. She family. I see.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔.
Yay! Everyone's
내가 이룰 수
here.
있는 유일한 꿈이
군주가
Gang's all
나서
here.
의로
잠깐.
죽음께서
책임은 모두 내가 진다.
의르르
지정 보호 구역에 지정 보호 구역에
맛.
언제나 준비되어 있다.
연료는 잔뜩 준비해뒀지.
라만 차렌드를 뒤엎는다.
Most IDs are level 50, so it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't seem like the mastermind of this operation was actually anyone important. Looks like the Yua doesn't even control these guys. Faust is right. These guys are acting way too suspicious to not have some scheme brewing back there. So overly suspicious that I'm starting to wonder if they're trying to use reverse psychology on us into walking right into their trap. Well, when surrounded by nothing but uncertainties, there's a solution that usually works. Faust. Yep, so Otis. We have 12 sinners, Jun and Wei, on our side. And I don't think the so-called Mao branch are willing to fight. Which means that we only have 3 enemies: Shi Yua, our guide, and Zilu, the assassin. We have the something advantage, don't we? Our former guides seem to have figured out what our conversation was about, because he took a few slow, careful steps away from Shi Yua before bolting off into the distance. I've been thinking this all day, but he sure is a fast runner. What is it, Hung Lu? Did you remember something? Didn't that guy just announce himself earlier? Anyways, Hung Lu, I'm gonna get that guy and beat the motives out of him. Is that gonna be okay with you? Great, another thing. As your commander, I should probably say something cool to start off the battle, right? Otis said something like this once, that even if one side has the absolute advantage in battle, the commander's words may be the deciding factor in who wins and loses. So I decided to borrow a few words from a book Hung Lu lent me. It was a general who said it, I believe. Destroy them all. I'm not sure what that's referencing.
일기당천.
Last I did. Nice. What? How do I not? How am I still out of these? I don't understand. I'm somehow still out of Danta rays. Not only that.
이래서는 범인이었던 지난날과 다를 바가
This
무엇인지
election.
떠오르는 해가
군주가 나서
의로움을 세우기 위해서라면
책임은 모두 내가 지.
죽은 께서 의르는군.
잠깐
지정 보호 구역에
마침내
언제나
연료는 잔뜩 준비해뒀지.
나의 상대는 어디 있는가?
Let's go with that. This doesn't work. I can try adding more sinking. And hopefully that will work.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어 말로 바랍니다. 저 해주들을 도려내 물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라. 오여 길을 열어라. 왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
Yeah, the sinking is helping a bit.
틈새 따뜻
혈염도 바로 일기당 지비수에게 나왔다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살지 마라.
꿰뚫려라.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
엎드리도록.
One more glue.
목을 내놓고 있도록. 꺾고 제쳐라. 직접 밝혀주마. 그 속에서
A strange tune crashes through the sound of this fierce battle. And this electric dance music. Is this electric dance music? Something about this sounds familiar. God damn it. Oh fuck. And the guy's not here. Oh my god. Ricardo, a big brother of the middle. The man who slaughtered the sinners like they were nothing. The man who almost forced me to self-destruct. Faust, don't tell me I have to get ready for that again. Unexpectedly, Ricardo's face wasn't something with wrath. Even after enduring that barrage of insults, instead he looked surprised. A moment of silence followed, during which he seemed to be absurd in thought. Then with trembling hands, he reached down to grab his book of vengeance, opened it, and began to write something down on the paper, slowly and deliberately, as though he to make each stroke of the pen count. I don't think we've got much of a chance here. Or here. Ricardo practically rocketed toward where Zilu and Yua were standing in a burst of speed. But his henchmen had already begun to slowly surround us as he ordered. You could have at least let me heal.
불가 위약 막아내지 못하리.
Dude, I don't know what to do here. There's no way I'm gonna get to this part with fucking Ishmael. I have to do the Zebu fight first. He found out. Oh, fluid sac. Popping that immediately. Good thing we have some sinking.
소야. 길을 열어라. 마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요. 불가 위야 막아내지 못해.
뭐
That's not good.
일기당천.
Good thing there's one guy left, so you should be unstaggered after this.
이제 깨우치시게.
There was an explosive noise from a distance, and moments later, Ricardo landed before us with a boom. Okay, what do I do? What do I do? I'm so nervous, bro. I have no idea what to do. There's no way I can get here. I'll get here with Ishmael, because I have to do Zelu first. Who's Warner? Never seen that guy in my life. Dude, what do I do, man? I'm scared. Should have used Mao Cross strat from the beginning. Well, how was I supposed to know? Counter Mao Cross. Counter Mao Cross little brother. Which little brother? There's two. There's two little brothers. I don't know what to do here, man. And who the fuck is Warner? I never seen Warner in my life. Show saying clash with Ricardo. Okay. I'm just gonna pick a little brother because he didn't specify. Okay. We're going to there. The unnamed little brother. Oh. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do with Sinclair and Heathcliff. I could use egos, but I'm not sure that's a good play, you know. Make Ricardo hit on ally. Heathcliff counter on Ricardo counter. Sinclair counter on Ricardo skill. Like any Ricardo skill or his counter? On red skill. Oh, okay. I think I did that. Pretty sure I did that. Yeah, I did that. Do I go? Go, dog. Okay.
일기당천.
Well, I didn't do anything. You just got staggered.
주라리야. 죽도록 달릴 시간이다.
So yeah, Sinclair's staggered. He has aura now. I feel like I messed up somewhere. Oh boy. So now what? I'm kind of scared right now. Ego? What ego? I can do a whole bunch of egos. I'm not sure if you want me to get everyone to use an ego or not. Because I can use all egos. I'm not really opposed to that. I just, don't know what egos you want me to do. So I can do Fell Bullet, Talisman, base egos for Faust and Yiseng, and to remain oneself. That's pretty much all. Check whichever egos work on Ricardo. Okay. Nope. Okay, that's promising. Favorite, also promising. Nope. I'm gonna go with Talisman. Also use Heathcliff Cancer on Warner. On which skill? I recommend Yisengs. Oh, Yisengs? Okay. What skill for Warner? Red or purple? Do I keep using Malphos's counter as well? Purple. Malphos counter. Okay. Where do I put the counter? Where do I use our counter? You know? Ricardo's guard. Also, Hung Lord S2 on Warner. Gotta check what his S2 is. Let's go to it. I can't use it. I can't use S2. I can only use. Oh wait, wrong person. Okay, what was it? I'm guessing this is S2. Because it's not letting me look at it. It's struggling though. Unless you're talking about this. Like, I can't look at his things because Malphos is in the way. So I'm assuming that's his S2 is. And I guess I just put. Well, that's neutral. S2 is green. I guess I just put Manadrodon on the unnamed one.
피로 다스리지.
Oh, okay. So that okay. I found a way to look at his thing, dude. What? The Malphos strat. So wait, what? You just want me to use her counter? Like, I'm confused. Is that what you want me to do? Have Dawn attack the guard. Like that? I'm not sure if that's what you mean. Yeah. This should be it then.
목을 떨궈주마.
Well, that didn't work.
와 함께 사라져라.
Health-wise, this is a little scary. Okay, now his aura is different. I don't know if that's good. So now what? Assume you want me to put to activate their counters again. Other than that, I'm not sure what else to do. For some reason I can't use Dante. It might be over. Well, what? Check Ricardo's stagger bar. I mean, it's not too far from stagger. I just don't know if we can do enough damage. We could if everyone attacks him at once. Possibly. But I don't know if that's a risk I should take. What do you think? I'm not sure what the game plan is here, man. Okay, all on his counter. What? Also, turn on Malquas counter too. Do also do Heathcliff? I assume you want me to do this. Something like that? Use Arknight, eat your hunger. No Heathcliff. Use... I think you mean this. I'm not sure if you meant that ego or not. So is this good? You can only pray. Go.
흐릿한 등화, 곱게 적은 종이에 던졌으니 식구의 하늘, 용이되어 빈 벼로에 남았구나. 남자 불사. 차라! 계속해봐라. 이 폭풍이 찾아들
네가
때까지.
말했던 이것인가?
적질났나? 더는 한데 오르지 못하는 그것이 돈이 될 때까지 이 천장에 나.
He didn't get staggered, by the way. Like, at all. I can only attack with 2 guys. Dude! Second. Flash Ricardo. There's no point. Okay, wait. Okay, that's favored. Like that? It's struggling, just oppose on guard. Yeah.
어떡.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
좋은 결투. 지나온 길을 생각하면
유라디아
또한
죽도록 달릴 시간이다.
내가 걸어야만 하는 길이겠지.
Do I just keep clashing? I don't know if I should keep clashing or not. The stagger bar is right there. Keep mining towards the diamonds. Okay. Oh, my bad. Bro. Fuck, I keep doing that. Unopposed. Oh right, the guard. Almost forgot. Like that? Just go.
어떡.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
Bro, you won't get staggered! I don't understand! We're so back. We're not back! He won't get staggered! We're like literally on top of it, too. Well, now I don't have a guard to fall back on. I'm gonna pull a Hail Mary. Wait. Okay, second one. The counter. Hit his counter. Okay. Like that? Are you sure about this? I don't know what happens if I do manage to get his counter. Not his counter, his stagger, I mean. A Malphos yellow skill. Is that... So like that? I don't know if I should go. Go, okay.
일기당천.
Please work. Please work.
해주시죠. 네.
It won't. He refuses to get staggered. I don't understand.
뭘 위해 지금까지 수건을
Oh, he's staggered! He's staggered! He's staggered! Do we just go? We're so back. Do we just go? I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I'm freaking out, man. I don't know what to do, man. Do I just go? Just go.
위험인물 발견. 제압할게. 최선의 방어를.
That didn't do anything! All that work for nothing! And we're like and there's like no way we're getting to that next stagger. There's no way. I don't know what to do, man. There's zero chance we're getting to that stagger. There's no way. There's no way.
이래서는 범인이었던 지난날과 다르 다를 바가 무엇인지 떠오르는 해가 부끄럽군요.
Is there any IDs I should borrow that will help? I don't know if there's anything I should borrow that can help with that. Mount Otis. I'm just gonna go with the one magic bullet. Clear selection.
군주가 나섰나. 흑수
의로움을 세우기 위해서라면 책임은 모두 명을
주군께서 모이를 뿌리셨으니
이 소리는 의외로군요.
잠깐.
지정 보호 구역에
맞.
연료는 잔뜩 준비해뒀지.
정리 시간이다.
Okay, from the top. Malphite strat. Is it, did I do it right? I'm not sure if I did it right. Use the Hung Lu counter. Retreat order? Why does it say that? Do I go? Just do it. Anything for gluttony resources. Okay.
저 해충들을 도려내라. 물넘고 꺾고 제쳐라. 물러나라. 네 목숨은 아직 따로 쓸고 적을 물어뜯고 너의 쓸모를 보여라.
Mao Otis left. Malphite S3.
force skill unclash for it. Like this?
신세계 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자
How they did?
하나 살려보내지 마.
Whatever. Oh, actually works.
목을 떨궈주마.
Okay.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
Wondering why he did. Okay, do I just go? Like, do I just pick whatever I want? Or do I use her counter again? I'm not sure if I should just go or use her counter. Just go.
날개를 펼치고 목을 떨궈주마.
꿰뚫려라.
Okay. Now, do I do this? Now, do I kill the minions like normal, or do I keep using her counter? Now you counter. One enemy not clashing. After that, stop using counter until Ricardo pops up. Okay, I put the counter on the guy who's not clashing. Is that okay? Power counters and guard counts. Okay, I offset a guy's guard. Is that okay? Power counters and guard.
What about offsets? Does that count? Go.
말로 받았다. 저 해충들을 도려내. 물론고 꺾고 제차. 오여. 길을 열어. 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 일기당천. 혈염도 바로.
You want me to counter again? I thought you said to stop until Ricardo shows up. I can still do it. Luckily I can still do it. But I'm confused because you said to counter and then wait for Ricardo. Yeah, because I made a miscalculation. Is it okay if I use her counter on a staggered enemy? Or no? Because if not, I can just offset a counter. I think. What in fashion? Ooh, scary. Okay. I moved all the skills, but I still don't know if I can leave her counter on the staggered enemy or not. Let's see if we can offset. If I can, okay, then I can offset. Reset all of this stuff first. All of the targeting. I resetted it. Now what? Dogpile the top one. top one, the non-staggered one. Wait, non-staggered. My bad. Okay. Do I offset his counter? Yeah.
일기당천. 뭐하마.
꿰뚫려라.
Okay. Do I keep on countering? Do I go or no?
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어. 무쳐 잠들어.
깨지시게.
Alright, here we go. What do I do? Counter low bro, Clash Warner with skills that fit. Clash with everything but Ricardo. Red skill. Red skill with leftovers. Okay. Counter low bro. Like a power counter? Just make sure Malphas counter on low pro. Rescue Ricardo ain't touched. What about the purple skills? Doesn't seem like I can do anything about them. I have Malphas counter as a power counter, so I'm not sure if that's okay. And I don't know what to do with the leftovers. Because I already have people clashing with Warner. Unless you want me to dogpile Warner. Lord Lou and Dawn on Ricardo. Focus. Dominating. Favored. There's no one to clash with this skill. Because that's hopeless. I don't know what to do about Yi Sang. Power guard. Okay. Am I ready to go? Is the power counter okay? Because her counter is a power counter. Go.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
That's not good.
모험하군.
엎드리도록.
I can use fluid sac, but I bet you just want me to use the counter. Okay. I honestly don't know what to do. Counter little bro, I know that. Favored. Opposed. Neutral. Prevalent. Opposed. Fluid set. Okay, on who? Where do I use fluid sac? Oh, I almost forgot. Get rid of you. Doesn't matter anything to heal Lord Lou. I'm gonna do that. Base Ego, Ricardo. Sinclair counter. But who does he counter? Just Warner? Don Ego Ricardo. It's neutral, so that's worrying. I put Heathcliff on Lil Bro. I'm not sure if that's okay. Get rid of Yi Sang, basically. I got rid of it. I'm gonna swap it out for his S3. Now do I go? Go, okay.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
이
Right.
전투는 승리할 거야.
Damn. Horse time!
넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 쏟고 제쳐라. 겹겹의 중문 뚫어보이겠소.
I'm not sure what else to do. I think you said they leave the red skill alone. He's saying base ego on Ricardo counter. He could base ego on nuke skill. Dog Power Ricardo. So you send on counter, you on nuke. I'm not sure why. Also counter Malphite. Where do I use her counter though? That's the thing. I don't know where to use her counter. Let's take that. All in Ricardo's character. Waterloo S2 Warner. Actually, never mind. That. So, like that. I don't know what to do, man. I'm just sitting here.
한 번 더 나를 비껴라.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
따뜻한 엎드리도록 배보다 상처다.
차는
네가 말했던 이것이 가르치는
내 걸음이 빨라.
주라니야. 너의 쓸모를 시간이다.
I don't understand. I don't get it. What am I doing wrong? Fuck. I'm doing everything you're saying. But like, nothing's working. Have this shit for another day so we can get down to this place. Use Enclair like we did back then for mayors. For another day so we can get the Dante race here. So the Dante race things only refresh every day? Is that why my thing? Is that why they weren't recharging?
떠오르는 해가
Or
부끄럽군요.
use Enclair. I can use Enclair. Enclair. The thing is, he's 10 levels. He's level 40. I don't think I have anything to level him up. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, every day. And now stream's lagging. Do we attempt it with Enclair or save it for tomorrow? go tomorrow since I'm low-key a little tired right now. Okay. Well, this is the first Intervallo to have a second part to it. So, I'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully. Hope you get some sleep.